Maybe.
We go sort of.
No,
There it goes.
speeding off.
Oh, you're wrong.
Okay, commissioners, the meeting is live.
Good morning, welcome to April 17th meeting of the Board of Riley County Commissioners. Please stand and join the pledge of allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Summer day in April and then March day on and Saturday and Sunday. Do we have any public comment? Not good.
Okay, well, Monday afternoon, met with the doctor for my monthly appointment. That's not going real well, so. Gonna run some tests and do some other things and figure out what's going on, so more to come on that later. Also Monday afternoon, I met with the team from Make My Move to discuss some exciting news and a possible upcoming partnership opportunity. Gonna be more to come on that too. They're still putting together some metrics and some data, so we'll see how that goes. Tuesday afternoon, I attended the monthly Board of Directors meeting with the Manhattan Area Chamber of Commerce. Among the items of discussion were approval of agenda, consent agenda items, and included approving the March minutes, update on financials, and membership accounts. Discussion items included an update on construction in Aggieville and the Access Aggieville by Ashley Furman, city and county budget requests by Jason Smith and Darren Solden, leadership Manhattan update by Allison Muth, and growth strategy updates from Darren Solden. There were several board member comments as well as updates and things that are going on in the community. And staff gave updates on everything that they're working on as well. Wednesday afternoon, attended the policy board meeting of the Flint Hills Metropolitan Planning Organization. After the public comment opportunity section, we got a financial update as well as an update overall from staff. KDOT provided an update on projects and construction that's going on in the area. Of course, we're in construction season, so there was lots to talk about. Some action items included approval of the February 19th meeting minutes, approval of the 2025 UPWP Amendment number 1, discussion for a special meeting that's going to be upcoming here in May. And other discussion items included the Connect 2050 financials and projected inflation rates, and the 2025 CPG issues, which includes the 25 and 26 budget. Budget estimate that they're coming in for us is going to be about $700 lower than projected. So we're saving a little bit of money as we're projecting for 26. And after that, we adjourned that meeting. Also on Wednesday, I attended the retirement ceremony for Lynn Berry from the Extension Department. 49 years with the county. It's absolutely amazing. She's going to be really missed by the department and everybody here, but certainly wish her well in future endeavors. Lastly, on Wednesday, I did speak with Kristen Brighton, president of the USD 383 school board, about putting together a small community task force to discuss the issue of RHID, but the larger issue of just workforce housing and the needs, trying to get around some kind of a centralized point, which I think needs to be done. So we can discuss that later and figure out where we're at. And lastly, this morning I attended the policy breakfast hosted by the Manhattan Area Chamber of Commerce with Eric Reed, superintendent of USD 383, and Chris Holborn, CTE coordinator at USD 383 as well, at the new and updated Doubletree by Hilton. And that's all I got.
Okay, well, let's see. Wednesday morning, I had my physical too. And really went well for me.
Yeah.
You know, all my numbers have gone down from last year, the critical ones. So, you know, I'm healthy as can be, except for my back. But, yeah. But that was good. But it takes some work, I tell you.
It does.
All that. Then Wednesday afternoon, I met with Rich Vargo to discuss some county issues. After that, I attended the Rural Economic Development Committee meeting. It was held here in the chambers because yeah, Lynn Berry's. But I was asked what the county could focus on to encourage rural citizens and development in the rural areas, it was a good discussion. We talked about housing that could be infill fill in some rural communities where some of the homes really need to be replaced. And, what we could do to facilitate that, which would be good to get something going. So meeting ran a little longer than usual, and I missed the retirement party for Lynn. I had to get home, walk the dog, and then go to bell choir practice at the church. So it was kind of a crazy night. In the evening, I reviewed the agenda and documents for today's meeting. Didn't have a lot of time to do that. So Thursday morning, I too attended the Chamber's policy breakfast before a meeting here. And Chris Holman presented a program in Manhattan High integrating students into technical fields and fields. On my physical, I did get a COVID shot. It was 6 months. And I said, every 6 months it's recommended, but boy, did it just hit me really hard.
Okay.
When I went to walk the dog at the end of the night, I was just dizzy. I mean, of course, then I woke up at 3 with the storm, but if I told it off today, that's
Slept
probably
through
what
this.
it is. The lightning was really tough, and it started hailing in my place. Of course, my dog jumped up on the bed and woke me up. So, anyway, I didn't get a lot of sleep last night. So, anyway, that's all I got.
Well, after our meeting Monday, I spent the rest of the day meeting with Rich Vargo and then Megan Lewis and finally Anna Burson. Discussed a wide range of Raleigh County business with each of them. Tuesday was meeting with BHS to review progress on the EMS building and work on plans for the EM building. The EMS is moving right along, except for the flooring. The supplier lost the floor. They changed where they were moving warehouses, and it's that LVP stuff.
And they did what?
They can't find
They lost
because they
it?
moved warehouses and lost it in the shuffle. So
It's a
trying to
lot
figure out
lose,
how
huh?
what to do with that.
Yeah.
And then the big thing on EM building is still working on how to incorporate a storm shelter. But still a bunch of different options we're looking at. Wednesday was monthly meeting at the Juvenile Detention Center in Junction. Main item was reviewing the audit. Varney and Associates had the audit, and everything looks good. Keep it in line there. And they also discussed, and right now they're not, but sometimes they have overflow options, and they've worked out a deal with Ottawa County because their facility, their jail is underserved, so they're gonna let them use some of their excess capacity. I should learn how to spell. I can say it, but I can't spell it. And then the end of the day yesterday, I also attended the retirement reception for Lynn Berry. I was there later in the meeting, and it was still a large crowd in that room and out in the lobby. I did find out that her husband has known my brother for a long time. They realized that. That's all I had.
First items, appoint Hannah Fair and Kelly Carl to the Manhattan Urban Area Planning Board and approve resolution.
Okay, I make a motion to appoint Hannah Fair and Kelly Carl to the Manhattan Urban Area Planning Board and approve resolution number 041725, reappointing representatives to the Manhattan Urban Area Board.
I'll second.
Been moved and seconded to appoint Hannah Fair and Kelly Carl to the Manhattan Urban Area Planning Board and approve resolution 041725, resolution of reappointing representatives to the Manhattan Urban Area Planning Board. All in favor?
Aye.
County employee action forms for Aaron Thompson, a new hire as a volunteer firefighter, and Maria Puentes, a new hire as a Raising Riley clerk. The payroll and accounts payable.
Go ahead and make a motion to approve payroll and accounts payable.
I would second that.
Been moved and seconded to approve payroll and accounts payable. All in favor?
Aye.
You can sign that one left-handed.
I guess, yeah. This one. Yeah, I missed one.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was looking to bring me up.
Wondering how you're gonna do that on your computer.
It's thick enough, it works for some reason. This one might be difficult.
Second.
Few minutes of April 14th meeting.
I didn't have any changes to it.
So then I make a motion to approve the minutes as written from our April 14th meeting for the Raleigh County Commissioners.
I'll second.
Been moved and seconded to approve the minutes of the April 14th meeting as presented. All in favor?
Aye.
Any changes to the tentative agendas? Any press conference topics?
Nope.
Right.
Morning, Amy Mangus, Register of Deeds.
Maybe scrolling a bit there.
Oh, and I lost it. There we go. All right. The following is a brief summary of our revenue figures through 3 o'clock on April 14th with comparable 2024 figures. Our mortgage amounts are down slightly from the year before, but our document count is up slightly, which has given us more revenue in our various tech funds. As you can see here, plating is virtually non-existent right now. I haven't heard of anything on the horizon, so I guess we'll just see how the year progresses here. We're about a little over 100 documents ahead of where we were in 2024. We're still working on our rescan project, continue to cross-train employees. 3 of the employees went to Salina to the Register of Deeds School, February 18th through the 21st. That was actually the week of the big snow, so I had to send them out on that Monday, a day early, so they could avoid that. They seemed to learn a lot, and they really enjoyed meeting staff from different counties and brought back a lot of good information. On January 31st, I spoke to the senior center about our office and property fraud. It was a fun crowd, lots of good questions, and I've been asked to speak to the senior center in Riley next week. So I don't love these activities, but I keep having to do them. Barry Beagle has put together a working group at the city for put a subdivision plat content together, or plat content manual together, to see if we can't basically have maybe a more extensive checklist to prevent recording problems at the very end. And so all the various departments and their needs are represented, and they have what they need, and we end up with what we need to have, and hopefully it'll flow a little smoother. And then still tracking the revenue loss due to the filing and mortgage registration fee changes. And the total loss so far this year is a little over 130,000. Any questions?
On that rescanning those books, what, I know that's a years long project. How far are you getting on this?
Oh, gosh, I'll have to look next time and see how many books in they are. It seems like sometimes they have a lot of time to work on it,
I know,
and
it's
that
not a-
there's other times where
The next spare time.
it's,
It-
yeah, it's
spare
spare time,
project,
yeah.
but it's a monstrous project.
It really is, it is, and maybe at some point, you know, especially if, you know, our recording volume goes up, I might just look at using some of the tech fund and having a company do it for us. So right now, it's just kind of something to keep busy in between, but it seems like we have less and less time for that.
Yeah, I'm sure.
So,
Any questions?
all right, thank you.
If everybody go blind that's watching it, which glare on my.
I can see you right there.
That was. It was excited on that one. That's what one showed me to watch. And he said, introduced himself. He said, 'cause she pulled up the video to show this presentation stuff
Mhm.
Monday, and he goes, I know him. He goes, what? I know him. He says, done business with his brother for years. Because we're not twins, but he's looking at it. Like I said, he goes, that's gotta be, he said, I don't have to ask. I know it's his brother.
Kind of busy.
He's, my brother worked at lumber yards. He worked hard in wholesale. He sold in lumber yards.
That's interesting, yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, I missed that. I just ran out of time.
No, there's, I see even at 6 o'clock, there's still a lot
Yeah.
of people up there.
And I got there about 10 till 5. It's packed.
Had time to go home and change and walk the dog and leave church. So.
Here. Afternoon, city county meetings here
Mhm.
and at a bus meeting, same time. And I'm the chairman there, so I think
Okay.
probably gonna be, I said it's Kansa and I'm
It should only be like a 15-minute meeting, probably.
be too much.
But I don't know if I'm
gonna run.
I can really, yeah.
I may or may not be here too,
Oh my
so,
goodness.
yeah. I think it's gonna work out. I might just be right at 4 o'clock. We'll see.
Looked at my schedule yesterday, I looked today, and went,
It's not gonna work.
I gotta go 2 places at the same time. That's what it's fun.
It's the kinds of health, isn't it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's just an update. And
I've been wanting to get over there.
it's a, yeah,
Like,
impressive facility. It really is.
Commissioners, Brian Parker, County Councilor. Nothing beyond the standard to report. I stand for questions. Jake's going to talk a little bit about our favorite subjects around here, fence views. All I have to add to it is I apologize for your driver tomorrow. You're stuck unless you want to ride elsewhere. You're stuck with me, right? So I promise I'll be on my best behavior, and that's all. And I am bringing donuts because I've been a good boy all week and I haven't had a donut. And so I'm going to have donuts. Whether anybody else chooses to, that's up to them. Jake?
Your piece is service to us. That's why otherwise you'd be able to skip donuts, right?
Oh,
You're
that's
just-
right.
you're just being
That's right.
nice.
That's right. I'm glad you clarified.
Good morning, Commissioners. Jacob Vance, the Deputy County Councilor. Before you is another commission agenda report, likely duplicative of what we've done. But just to make sure we got plenty of notice out there for any of the folks before you use a car, asking for a motion to conduct the fence view tomorrow at 9 a.m. We'll meet, of course, here in the commission chambers at 8:30. It's about a 30-minute drive over there, traffic willing, especially since we're going North County now. But yeah, it should be about 30 minutes.
Route, yeah.
Right. Yeah, I've been up there a few times at this point.
I
So
forgot it yesterday. Went out tunnel and all of a sudden went, oh.
Nope.
Right, go back to Marlatt. Old habits.
Right. So unless there's any other questions as far as what to expect tomorrow, feel free to ask or discuss.
Yeah, on that Wallsburg Road, did the county close that road? That
Mhm.
Tuttle Creek?
That they did. I can't tell you exactly when that happened, but I know that was quite some time ago when that road was closed. I know there's been a little bit of discussion on exactly where the end of that road is technically.
Yeah, where does Wallsburg go to, the road?
So,
Just dead ends.
yeah, it's just a dead end to the end of, really to both the Hargrave and Salzman property. We'll likely park also on the Hargrave property. He's got a space out there for us. to be able to do that. But as far as where that road is closed, the end, our job as fence viewers is really just to say, hey, you guys are going to maintain this part of the fence or to this portion of the fence, and the other party is going to maintain theirs. As far as very specifics, we're not trying to get into survey territory and get them accurate legal descriptions. That's up to these landowners to get straight.
To provide a little bit more information, and Jake can provide much more color because I was really tangential. Is that how you say that word? Tangential?
I think so.
What is that?
I've never even heard that word.
What is that?
Like off to the
Adjacent
side,
line.
off to the side, right? I was really off to the side on these discussions, but I think one of the property owners had asked if John's department could go out and provide the exact location where the road ended. And no, right? We do, that's why people hire survey companies, right? And so I wanted to provide that context. Did I get?
Yep.
Okay. See, I do pay attention, even though you're. Fine.
So they want to put a fence where the old road is. right?
Yeah, they want to, the goal, from my understanding at least, is they're gonna put the fence beginning right where that road is closed. And then it's gonna follow basically the middle of where that
Straight line.
vacated road is. That's the intent.
Okay. That'd be interesting.
Certainly so. Maybe just a couple words on some of the legal stuff that you guys probably want to consider when we're out there viewing this. And I think I discussed this previously before, but let me just reiterate. That a portion of this fence line that's being built isn't technically a partition fence because it's not. Because the Salzman, I believe, he has a fence line already on a portion on the inside of his property. And technically, for as far as legal viewing goes, we're not allowed to basically do a fence view where the property line or the land in between the fences is not being occupied. And because Salzman has that line, that fence line already in, and he's using it, and that's what he's gonna use, I'm sure, as we may find out tomorrow. That land afterwards, he's not occupying, so fence view isn't appropriate for that portion of fence. Now, there'll still be a good chunk here where he doesn't have a fence line. And where this fence view, of course, is still legally necessary. And that's why we're going out there, but just to be advised, there is that kind of unique hiccup with this one.
So 8:30, is your vehicle gonna be where it normally is?
I'm sure we'll probably swing around to I think last time we met in the front.
Parking lot?
Yeah, so we can be there. I know Bryant's gonna drive and I'll drive as well, because I don't think we'll be able to fit everybody in Bryant's vehicle, so I'll drive as well, and then it'll be us, and of course Rich will be there as well, so. And then, of course, whoever of the public wants to head out that way, they are certainly welcome to do so. And if they're confused or need additional direction on where to go, feel free to reach out to our office and I can help facilitate on where to go.
These are always fun.
Yep, they certainly are. Well, if commissioners, if nothing else, I just asked for that motion to move the board to conduct a fence view at tomorrow at 9 a.m.
Okay, I make a motion that the Board of County Commissioners conduct the fence view as requested on April 18th, 2025 at 9:00 a.m.
Oh, second.
Been moved and seconded that the Board of Commissioners conduct the fence view as requested. All in favor?
Aye.
We had the opportunity not to do it though, too, right?
Unfortunately, no. But I will be back at 11 a.m.
The date could have changed, but
Yeah, right.
it's gonna be done.
I know.
Yeah, well, at least it won't be really hot. Hopefully it won't be.
It's supposed to
Rain.
cool off again tomorrow.
Mhm.
Yeah, hopefully all that mud will dry up today. So that'll make it nice and easy.
95 degrees, I'm gonna assume it probably does.
Right.
Rain, did we get this?
Somebody said.
Mark,
hand.
yeah, Mark was saying that he had a little inch and a half of his,
It was a
so.
lot of rain.
It came all at once, I mean, literally.
Good, yeah. The hail and everything. So. Well, I didn't look at my gauge.
That's not sleeping all that well, but did last night.
I did feel a storm roll through and it woke me up and I pretty much stayed awake.
Yeah, me too.
Replaced a rain gauge, I left it out for the winter and it froze. So,
Oh, Commissioner.
I was going through my task list that I keep for myself. No, you're fine. I apologize. There was this one snuck up on me. We haven't heard back yet from Prairie Paws about what their, but actually, we haven't received back a document from Prairie Paws, I should say, but we did have a meeting with them, a Zoom meeting that I thought was really productive. And Rich and Brittany did an awfully good job of walking folks through numbers. And then they're going to come back with a proposal for reduction in through the end of this year to the fees that we're paying, since we don't have as many pound puppies as we thought we would have. Yeah, so that was an animated series when I was growing up. That's so pound puppy.
Yeah.
So yeah, it was a pretty low production value series. Anyway, long story short, we expect to receive that in the coming days, along with some documentation about some other services that they do provide. In addition to drop-off services, I understand there's some low-cost spay and neuter that they do as well, that county members, that county folks are eligible to receive. And so they'll be bringing back the cost reduction as well as some additional data for the commission to review with what they propose. So we haven't received it yet, but as soon as we do, we'll get it on the agenda. So thank you. Sorry about that, commissioners.
9:50. We have a meeting Monday, 21st, right?
Yeah.
Because we don't have the conference. I blocked it out, but. we
There's
have
that
the thing
symposium
at
thing that
5:30.
Mike Taylor's doing all day. I don't know how many people are going to attend, but we have the opening
Oh, but 29th
5:30 at the Discovery Center.
reception, yeah.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Yeah,
Yeah, let's pull this agenda up,
I did too, but I guess that's. we weren't
5:30
doing-
to 7:30.
We weren't doing anything Monday, so I just skipped over that.
no, don't you guys have a law board meeting on Monday too?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Major Hayek was saying it's gonna be a long meeting.
it is, yeah.
Talking budget, that's what they said.
Well, one of the big things is talking about the SROs.
Yeah.
Starts, and then she'll say. So
So it's
6
early
a.m.
Tuesday.
Yes. Scheduling thing, you know, doing that. I didn't write it in here. Church at 7. Come for me. It's Good Friday. Oh, no,
Okay, so
Next
it's
week.
the Monday, okay.
I was on.
Thanks for the
I think she'll bite.
I've been nice to her, so I'm hoping I'm okay.
Don't buy that word. HR is involved.
Good point, good point.
What's going on?
Mhm. Noticed that too. I have last check, it was with the administrator somewhere right around 100.
On that list. That was 82.
Yeah.
That included 4 or 5.
Yeah, we got some people that wait for the last moment.
Yeah.
Or Benjamin.
Oh, sponsors.
Yeah. It means go to.
Let's see that one.
One of those. Go with. Love it. So. These tech. Oh, yeah.
Oh, there's this. No.
Oh. Oh, that one was on.
What? Yeah. They can't. Purple way. You know.
Yeah, that one. Vision care dress, but this one, I've never heard of that.
Definitely have ours. Who are. Vision. Sounds familiar.
Huh, yeah, I don't do the vision, I probably should.
Who's the vision demo?
I do I have a dental fund, I didn't get the vision. I have to sign up for that one.
Yep.
We've got more than just commissioners and administrators. One's a lobbyist and a veterans advocate,
Yeah.
urban county. Interesting. This director. Got several road supervisors too. I don't know what they're doing in our arena.
Gotta tell you how it is, I think.
Is that it?
Yeah.
Okay. It might be presenters or something too. Be here for the bid openings, but I love like chip sealing, right? I'm on the edge of my seat. I want to know what the price is. That's sarcasm? Maybe. Oh. Actually, no, not really. I No? really am curious. Like. That's why I said maybe. It's like I couldn't decide. No, I really am interested. You need to stay away from the coffee.
One coffee per day.
I couldn't make it.
Make it, be okay. We'll have to wean him off. Yes.
Around him,
Yeah, exactly.
Started at 2 a day and then go down, or what do you do now?
Oh.
4?
Yeah.
Oh dear, we're gonna have to take some time to do this.
Yes. Do you sleep?
we're gonna have an intervention.
If I did that, I would, no.
I think you get used to it over time.
Yeah.
Wait, John. Fine.
Okay, all right, well. Enough excitement here. Had a bid opening for chip seal and good stack of stuff here, so. First one I have is from Vance Brothers out of Kansas City, Missouri.
This is this for anything particular? Or are you just getting any particular road or anything?
Yeah.
We'd have, scenic. We've got Avery, and then we're over on Ward Manor. Got some smaller projects going this year.
Okay. So that's all of them, the three projects, okay.
Okay. Alternative one, there's not an alternative two on this one, just. Showing $216,475. So there wasn't an alternate two. Start date would be August 1st, 2025. And working days are 10.
10 per project or 10 total?
10, yeah.
Okay.
Two. I guess I could have just left that over there, sorry.
Okay, this bid from Vance. From Vance Brothers for alternate one. There's more stuff here than we've got.
Then this sheet there.
Well, no, there's another price. There's price one is for asphalt. Modified asphalt, 118 ton at
Mm.
59,590.
For asphalt, what was that again?
Emulsified asphalt,
500 and, what?
59,590. Aggregate alternate one, aggregate 21,000.
So we would bid traffic control, we would bid oil and chips aggregate. They would be two different line items for the two materials. And it should be a total bid for each alternate.
Right. And that's what, like say that, and this one is using the alternate one, but yeah, then total bid is 216,000. 16,475. Yeah. Start date of August, August 1st and 10 working days.
Okay, bid number 2 is from Circle C Paving and Construction out of Goddard, Kansas. Okay, got just one bid on this one.
Yeah.
The total bid is $184,074.66.
That's all one.
There wasn't an alternate two. August 1st on the start date on that is Well. It says proposed working days are 3.
Circle C paving out of Goddard. That alternate one, total bid is $184,074.66. August 1st start and 3 working days.
So that alternate one is asphalt, is that what that is?
Well, I wanted to hold by.
That's right, Okay.
I tried to listen,
Cover
start reading
material.
each
It is.
separately.
okay.
The asphalt should be the same, and we just two different types of aggregates.
So far, neither one of them put together at next.
Hybrid 2, yeah, alternate 2. Okay.
Bid number 3 is from APAC, just out of Florida. Showing one total bid of $168,504.31. Says proposed start date June 1st through July 31st. Four working days on that one.
Going the right direction. It's from APAC, Kansas. Yeah. Total bid for alternate one, $168,504.31. Gross starting date June 1st to July 31st and 4 working days.
The last one I had is from Bettis Asphalt Construction. They're out of Topeka. On a total bid here of $180,480. Start date of June 16th. 4 working days as well. Kind of there, sorry.
Final bid from Bettis Asphalt Construction for alternate one aggregate, $180,480. Start date June 16th and 4 working days.
I'll make a motion that we send the bid opening back to staff for further analysis and recommendation.
I would second that.
And moved and seconded to send the bids to staff for review and recommendation. All in favor?
Now we've got a bid opening for asphalt overlay. First one I have here is from Buyer Construction. Right in Manhattan.
Does it say where that project is?
Oops, no.
Skyway, Stag Hill, Roads and Cutter. Yeah.
Okay. Alternate number 1 is showing $1,325,705. Alternate two is showing $1,474,140. Start date of June 9th. 30 working days.
Yeah, from buyer construction. Ultimate one, total bid $1,325,705. Alternate two, $1,474,140. June 9th start date and 30 working days.
Last one I have is from Schilling Construction. That's also here in Manhattan. First bid I have is $1,288,985. Second bid I'm showing is for $1,444,430. It's June 15th for a start date. Proposed working days are 25.
No bid from Schilling Construction. Alternate one, total bid $1,288,985. Alternate two, $1,444,430. June 15th start date and 25 working days.
I would make a motion to send these bids on the 25 asphalt overlay program back to staff for review and recommendation.
Second.
Moved and seconded to send the bid, the bids for asphalt overlay to back to staff for review and recommendations. All in favor?
Aye.
Well, good morning. This morning I am happy to have brought a couple of guests with me. The VITA tax season just ended, as you all know, of taxes getting submitted. And talking about the numbers, the way things wrapped up, seeing how the volunteers are working, I thought it wouldn't be appropriate of me to come present how successful this is. So I asked Sue Simmons to come present. She's our site coordinator for the VITA program that runs through Extension, and she is a rock star at it. She's great working with the volunteers, the people coming in, working with our office. So I wanted her to come and tell you a little bit about what the VITA program has done this year. And as well, I also wanted to invite from our office Sharon, because Sharon during the tax season, on top of her normal job, also is helping with VITA, which included answering 593 extra phone calls over the last few months, in addition to what she normally does, and directing them to help keep Sue's sanity as much as we can during that time. So without further ado, I wanted to let Sue speak a little bit to the VITA program and what it means to our community.
How do I follow that?
I know.
But I did want you to know, this is the 20th year of this program in the community. It was started by Jennifer Wilson when she was the extension director. Extension is a fabulous group to be working with. We partner with the library to use their facility. So it's a win-win because we bring people into the library. So they start checking out books, learn about local resources. But I tell you, I'm tired. We prepared 1,089 tax returns so far. Those are just the ones that got done on time. And we've gone back as far as 2020 this year. Some people have to catch up. So, we have to have a sense of humor. Our adjusted gross income, when we look at that, we look at the average. Keep in mind, we deal with low to moderate income. That's kind of a fun target. When Department of Defense stopped doing military returns, we said, we'll take them. So we take active duty plus all the retirees. We have a lot of retirees in the community. So our income range is from $0 to, wow, do you really make that much? But they all fit in our program because we volunteered to take on particularly the active duty military folks, as long as they are not what we call too hard for us, because while our volunteers are trained, there's only so much training we do. So sometimes we have to say, no, you have to go somewhere else. But we generated over $1 million in refunds. That number just makes my brain hurt. I can't believe it. And when we look at how many people we serviced and the average cost of a tax return, even if we just ballpark it at 300, that's over $300,000 that can remain in our community, that people can spend on having fun, buying groceries, buying cars, going to the fair. You guys get ready for the fair. But it's a team of me and 12 volunteers. And Daniel has been great to work with this year. All we have to do is tell him what kind of junk food we want. And because, we can't be paid for what we're doing down there. So if people bring us homemade cookies. We had one lady brought a basket with a big fancy tray of meats and cheeses. So we gain a little weight because we're sitting, we're eating, we're doing tax returns, but it is just an absolute fabulous program. I'm so happy to be a part of it. And we put some of our comments down here. We have a comment card. A lot of people put some amazing comments on cards. And for some of our folks who have been there so long, they come in the room and they look around and say, I want him. He did mine last year. So it's a lot of social with the little taxes attached to it, but it's a fabulous program. It's fun to be a part of it. And I'm so glad it's after April 15th.
And I did just want to make a quick note on there, and as we touched that, the Manhattan Public Library for letting us continue to do VITA down there. And as well, the financial support from the Carolyn Piney Foundation, as well as the Kanza United Way, just for the background supplies and the support as well to help this financially be able to continue to operate. As you can tell, Sue's pretty passionate about it. And I mean, especially it takes a special person to be able to be passionate and that dedicated to taxes. And so I greatly appreciate what she does for this program. Any questions I can answer?
Thank you for that. Hard work.
Thanks for all your work.
Thank you all.
I almost watched that happen.
You put in,
You get tough security around here.
like John needs to put a stoplight.
Yep.
Morning again.
Well, good morning. I'm Erin Friedline with the Riley County Police Department. I'm the deputy director, and I do have Major Scott Hayek with me as well, who's gonna talk to you guys a little bit from our patrol division. But a few things I want to highlight for RCPD this month. It is Sexual Assault Awareness Month. And it is Child Abuse Prevention Month as well. So I know some of our detectives have participated already this month in some of the panels that were going on between the child abuse prevention talks. And then just earlier this week down at Manhattan Town Center, they had a What Were You Wearing event through the Crisis Center. And Brad Yeager with our investigations division was able to speak at that. And in our investigations section, we do house a victim advocate coordinator, and that is a grant funded position through VOCA, which is Victim of Crime Act. And so far that funding has stayed intact, that it's an 80-20, the federal funding through the state provides 80% of her salary and RCPD provides 20%. But that has been a tremendous program for us to connect with victims of not only sexual assault and domestic violence, but any kind of violent crime as those arise in our community, to connect with victims. And as the detective works through that case, of just continuing to contact that victim and explain next steps and what's going on. So we really benefit from that as well. Also, before we meet again, we're going to have Corrections Officer Week, and that's coming up early May 4th through the 10th. And we continue to work on improvements in the jail. I've been along with Major Mark French as he's he's continuing to give tours, and just a reminder, those tours are open for any public members, anybody that wants to stop in and see what's going on down there. But we are really trying to improve the work environment by doing some different things with the inmates and trying to allow them some opportunities to use music or earn some of these things, but maybe it'll relax them a little bit and their behavior is better. And I can tell you the employees are really kind of liking to see the improved behavior and maybe not so much angst and, confrontation going on as well with that. But early May, we'll kind of provide some cookouts and meals in order to celebrate Corrections Week for those guys. Also, it is the season right now. Locally, we do have special alcohol funds. And last year we received that grant and we hired Michaela Burgess in the jail as a reintegration coordinator for that. So we are applying for those funds again this year. And so far we had some early stats with that of her trying to really connect some inmates after they've served time or are being released as they integrate back to the community, that they're not just pushed out RCPD's front door, that they actually have some resources. And we've placed some individuals through Oxford House or the emergency shelter as well, of just trying to have some additional step-in services to hopefully kind of break any kind of crime cycles or anything else that they might be seeking. So that's been in some good front end starts with that. And so we are hoping to continue to be selected for that grant funded position as well. And then later this month, at the end of the month, Lieutenant Tim Shuck, who's in investigations, he's retiring after almost 30 years of service. Yeah, so that's going to cause some promotions for our agency as well. With the lieutenant leaving, Jonathan Shepard is going to be promoted to corporal. He's currently a detective. And then Seth Scobie, who's one of our corporals right now, will be promoted to sergeant. And then Dustin Weisbrod, who is a sergeant, is going to be promoted to lieutenant. So those will be some changes that you'll see amongst our CPD as Tim kind of concludes his career, but, obviously provides an opportunity for some other promotions, and we'll recognize those promotions at our law board meeting next week. And also next week, we will present to the law board a first go at our budget presentation as well. So those are some items that were on our radar that I want to make sure you guys are aware of, and I'll turn it over to Major Hyatt.
Hi, I'm Scott Hayek. I'm the chief of the patrol division, and those promotions that the deputy director talked about will occur within the patrol division. And one thing that leads to is we have continuing education of people. We have people in new positions, so we always want to make sure we're trained up and have people educated in the right ways. And I bring that up because on April 9th, we had an incident where we had a couple of our police officers had some interaction with a demonstrator at the high school. And that led to a little online consternation, we'll call it, where we got some phone calls. And as the patrol commander, I take a lot of pride in the professionalism that our officers demonstrate daily and on the education and training they receive. But that being said, there's one trait that every single employee of our department shares, and that is that they are human. And sometimes humans don't operate in the way that maybe we wish they had in a situation. So we're taking a good look at that and pulling from it any education and training that we need to make sure all of our officers have, so that we have productive interactions with people in the future. So we're taking a look at that moving forward and seeing what we need to do to make sure that we are squared away. On a slightly different topic, reporting on accidents, which I've done before to this board. Springtime typically sees accidents increase. The weather gets nicer, people drive a little faster. So we're looking at various ways to attack that. Primarily through what we've talked about before with Operation ARC, identifying those things that cause accidents and focusing on those and educating the public. We're going to see something over the next year or so that might cause some issues, and that's that construction on Highway 24 between the two places where the roundabouts are, because that will cause a lot of traffic to come into Manhattan to circumnavigate that. I think it was a very wise decision to put the temporary traffic signal at Seth Child and Marlat that is going to go a long way to helping that. So
Hopefully that's not going to be temporary but permanent, but. we'll see.
probably not a bad idea. One of those intersections that when accidents do happen, they are typically more severe because of the speed. So we're looking at various things in the patrol division, from everything from the feasibility of a traffic unit, units dedicated to traffic enforcement and education. A lot of that is dependent on staffing and calls for service and that kind of thing. But those are things on our radar coming up as the weather starts to get nicer, and hopefully we can to stem it a little bit. We have seen some increases over the past, I'd say, year and a half or so of accidents being on the rise. So it's something we want to educate the public on and do what we can do to help ease that. So you guys have any questions for us?
I think so.
Okay.
Let us off easy.
Yeah. Next time we'll come up. with
Yeah,
something.
you
I'm
got
sure.
something in
Yeah.
advance at least.
I won't be at that.
Thank you, guys.
Guys, be safe out there.
Been a fun meeting so far.
Yeah.
We heard from Extension about taxes. Right?
That's not fun.
I like
At least
taxes.
mine wasn't.
Well, not doing the tax return, but I like hearing about all the good stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I
Over $1
my-
million in returns. That's
I
not
got my return, my money that they owed me back on tax day. Went through just like, whew. I thought it'd be delayed, but it just went through really fast.
I took mine an hour after I filed it. I'm like,
Yeah.
give me that money.
Yeah.
Because you're so trustworthy, Commissioner.
$1,600 short now.
Oh,
Yeah, ouch.
I'm scheduled for that fence view.
We usually do 2 hours, don't we? A 2 hour block,
Yeah, it's about
Probably 30 minutes up there, and
30
Yeah.
minutes back and an hour to.
hour.
yeah.
Okay, so about 2 hours.
That's kind of what I always budget for it.
And we'll come back in the counselor's office, I'll buy us a steak and lobster lunch.
Man,
There's a Red Lobster very close.
No. It's true.
I had to bring up Red Lobster. That's yeah.
We're fixed to be over in Topeka, we will step on Shawnee County's.
There you go.
I think the one in Salina closed.
Yeah, I
Really?
did,
And the one in Topeka.
I love the
but
lobster.
they're on the comeback,
Part,
so they might open back up, you never know.
Bacon lobster, huh? County councilor's budget?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Can
that's,
you find that for under $18 per person?
no, this sounds like a subsidy. Yeah, it sounds
Trying to split meals.
You take this half, you take this arm, you take this tail.
Who'd you smack around?
No, I'm not telling the story.
Oh, that good, huh?
No, it's a
You
terrible.
got rid of the station wagon finally, come
Yeah.
on.
We threatened to buy a new one.
Oh, is that what it is?
If that's what you want to go with, I mean, police are right out there, so I mean,
This one was lime green with wood panel, I bet.
yeah.
And
Okay, good morning, Commissioners. I'm the Web Planning Director. So here to talk about comprehensive plan update, to give you a status on what the subcommittees have been discussing and what they've been up to. I'm a little limited in my talking. I had oral surgery about a week ago, so gonna do my best. Most everybody's telling me I sound normal, so
That's what I was
I
thinking.
just be in my own head, but but just enough, just so you guys
Okay.
know. So what we'll do today, it's just kind of a summary. It's not everything we've talked about. I have all the notes. So of course, if there's anything you folks want to know more in depth, please, I have all of that. I didn't want, they would take a lot longer than the 30 minutes we have this morning. So just kind of wanted to outline again, some of the key themes, some of the, just discussion points that they've been having. You'll see that some groups are a little bit farther along than others. Some do have draft goal language. Others are still kind of working to flesh that out, and still others need a little bit of assistance, which all of that's perfectly fine. Let's see. So Stan Tech wants us to complete our work, wants the subgroups to complete their work by next month, which should not be a problem, again, to get those draft goals. And then of course, all of that will be available publicly. So folks will have that opportunity to review and make comments, and kind of, there's still plenty of time to finesse the language and really get it where it needs to be. And then of course, we also need to add our objectives and actions to it. So we have, of course, our goals, our objectives, and then the actions. The actions, of course, are how we are actually going to accomplish our goals. So we're kind of starting with the higher level goals here. So let's see. Okay, so we will just dive into each of the groups here. So what I've done, just kind of give an idea of, kind of some of their meetings, some of their discussions, and then also go ahead and admit Adam, he is our Stan Tech project manager. I did that correctly. Good. So what I have here again is just a little bit of background on the meetings of each of the groups, what they're kind of tasked with, some of their topic areas, if you will. I've included the different goals that are already included in Vision 2025 that either directly relate or can be construed to relate. There are a few different sections that we don't have anything for, and we'll talk about that as well. And then I just kind of give a little summary of, kind of what kind of topics or whatnot rose to the top for each of the groups and kind of what they were thinking with the existing goals. So, for our agriculture land use subcommittee, they're reviewing just that. And it's not just agricultural or housing that they're reviewing, it's all types of land use. So we talk a lot about, balancing, agricultural preservation, rural character with development. I think a lot of people do understand that we do need to develop, we do need to have some growth, we do need to have some allowances for a variety of different land use uses, basically your commercial, your housing, ag, all of that. It's just all a matter of finding the best locations for all of those things. So we can strike that balance between agricultural preservation and development, basically, and growth. So this group, along with a couple of the others, are looking at our designated growth areas. We have some currently, put out in the Vision 2025. Most of those, of course, are along our little cities, of course, along the city Manhattan's boundaries, and then along the lake as well. That's what's currently in Vision 2025. This group, and through this process, and we're talking to the small cities as well, we're going to review, is that appropriate? Do we need to expand some? Do we need to move them? All of that. They're looking at some of that. With the existing goals, they were comfortable with the goals that are already listed in Vision 2025. They believe they still apply, but probably just updating some of the language and then also updating the objectives and actions so they're current for this plan. I will say the actions that were identified in Vision 2025 when it was adopted in 2009, the majority of them have been accomplished, or they've been determined that it's just not feasible, which is normal. You can only, you make a lot of assumptions, you make a lot of, future casting, if you will. And then it could, just turn out that, well, this action isn't quite going to work, and here's why, but at least you've explored it. So it makes sense that we're going to need new objectives and actions for our updated comp plan, because we're now looking further into the future. We have a lot of things we want to address. So again, they were fairly comfortable with the goals that are already listed there, just with some updates. There's been a lot of discussion about hunting and agricultural land. Really, what the concern is, or what the main piece of that discussion is allowing the property to kind of grow up in cedars and be unmanaged. And obviously that's a concern for fire. That's a concern for a lot of different things. And then also, are we losing prime agricultural ground? So there's, and I'm going to keep using that word balance, because there is a balance between, if people can, purchase their property and use it as they wish, provided, of course, it meets, zoning regulations and all of that. But of course, we also want to be careful how the land is managed. We don't want to encourage fires. We don't want to encourage, not being able to use, again, our prime agricultural soils. So that's something they have, again, that's come up a lot in the discussions with this group. So something that we'll definitely be taking a look at and see how we can address that. It's not really addressed in our current plan, so it's definitely something that's worth looking at and seeing how, what we want to, look at with hunting and how we want to proceed with that. Because we do know that it happens, so we just need to decide, if and how we want to address it. They've talked, and as of course you all know, just stop me at any time if you have any questions or comments. I'm just gonna keep going. The LISA, are the land evaluation site assessment tool that is also currently within Vision 2025, is well used. They appreciate it. They want to look at if it can be expanded or if it can be used differently. A lot relating to, things like management of land, environmental pieces, all of that. So that's something we'll look at. And again, this group does understand. We have a good, again, I'll use balance of people in this committee. We have folks from the agricultural farming community, and then folks from, the development community. So it's a good balance of folks that we have on this subcommittee. So they do understand, preservation, but also growth done in the right way in the right locations. So again, they've done a lot of, they've gotten pretty far in their work Our next meeting is end of this month. We're actually gonna come have Anna talk to us about, how appraising works, because there's still a lot of confusion, as you folks know, about the difference between appraisals or your appraised, category or whatever you want to call it, and zoning. They're not the same thing, and there's just still a lot of confusion about that. So she has graciously agreed to come and chat with us and help explain how that works, so we can, show them how those things are different. So, and that the comprehensive plan doesn't have anything to do with appraisals. It only has to do with, land use and zoning, so. All right, anything about that group before we move on? Economic development, this group has also had a lot of meetings and a lot of good conversation. I will say that they, some of the input they've had and even some of the kind of draft ideas they've come up with are very heavily focused on Manhattan and that urban area, which does make sense. So everything their input is definitely valid for that area, but really just making sure we have to look at the county as a whole. It's not just what's happening in or around Manhattan. That's a piece of it. That's a very important piece of it. But we also have to look at, what's happening North County and South and all of those things in between. So to ensure we're getting, kind of countywide input, and that our goals will be, countywide and address not just development. There's a lot of pieces, as you guys know, that go into economic development. That's not just about development. So we're making sure that we want to include all of that as well. I mean, so many things are tied to economic development. So we want to make sure we cover all of that. So we're informally kind of bringing in, I've been keeping the REDAB, the Rural Economic Development Advisory Board, apprised of what we're up to. I have a couple members on that board that also serve on the comp plan committee. So there's a lot of good tie in there. So my plan is to have, we're going to kind of Stan Tech and staff are going to prepare some draft goals basically for the economic development subcommittee and REDAB to take a look at and kind of finagle with, kind of, provide some comment on. Because again, we really just need to make sure we're thinking broadly and not just development in Manhattan. That's again, a very important piece, but not all of it. And we do not have an economic development chapter currently in Vision 2025. So this will be all new. So there'll be a dedicated chapter to all of these aspects, but then of course, there'll be economic development stuff sprinkled throughout the entire plan, because that's one of those things that really does impact all aspects. So we have a couple existing goals within Vision 2025 that we can construe to relate to economic development a little bit loosely. So again, we have those there. Some of the highlights of the subcommittee's discussions, encouraging those city-county partnerships. They do say a lot city Manhattan, but of course we want to encourage all of the city-county partnerships and collaboration, public-private partnerships, supporting identifying Manhattan growth in urban areas, identifying, and this goes back to some of the designated growth areas as well, identifying areas best suited for commercial industrial use, not just housing, it's all of it. Ensuring alignment with the Chamber's regional growth plan, all of that kind of stuff. That's some of the, suggestions and ideas that have come out of their discussion so far. So again, in order to get them to really start thinking about that hierarchy of goal, objective, action, we'll give them some to work from and go from there.
Are you going to work with the other smaller cities and
Yes.
take a look at their, okay.
Yes.
I know each one of them has separate plans.
We have not been able to get in touch with City of Randolph, but we've talked with all the other three. We're still trying. I mean, we're not giving up. If nothing else, we'll go to a council meeting and ambush them there. But no, it is really important that we talk to all the small cities, and we have been able to. We've talked to Angela over at City of Ogden. We talked to Darcy with Riley and Chris at Leonardville. So we've had our conversations with them. We're going to have additional conversations with Darcy and Chris over the couple of weeks. And then of course, keep all of the small cities and of course, Manhattan, when we say small cities, that doesn't negate Manhattan, of course, but they're involved, and they have plans and they've been involved from the beginning. So, but yeah, we've definitely had conversations with them and they're very excited to be and appreciative to be involved. So I'm glad that they're,
Amanda, I'm kind of concerned about having in there that we support Highway 24 corridor study in Pot County, because, I really want to focus more on Raleigh County rather than.
But it's,
What it says it's shared by.
right,
yeah, it's just the
Yeah.
three entities doing
Yeah.
that plan. Just-
that's going from Flush Road all the way, maybe all the way up into the city of Riley.
Yeah, it goes up to
Doesn't go
the
up
Riley
there.
corner, yeah. Because Riley voted to extend it.
Yeah.
To join it.
Okay.
I will say, not about small cities, Darcy, the Riley mayor talked about how much help, because Amanda called her about the comprehensive plan. And it was a great conversation. She talked with you and someone else.
And Adam, yep, our project manager.
Oh, okay,
Yep.
someone else, the name I didn't recognize, but she said that she appreciated all the discussion about stuff, and when we talked, she talked about some things that Riley needed, and Amanda said, well, how about this, there's some programs in place that they didn't realize. that
Yeah.
She was talking how great it was, how big of a help you've been.
I'm glad. Yeah. Yeah. She gave us a lot of really good input too. So, and when I do my next update for you folks, we'll talk a little bit more about some of our stakeholder conversations and, let you guys know what we're hearing from folks. But yeah, she had a lot of good, and Chris did as well from Leonardville, had a lot of good input for what they're needing and what they're looking at. And, that
And I'm sure they have, like I say, that's the one I had talked to, Darcy had said, well, it's just at the commission meeting, she had talked, Riley commission meeting, she gave you glowing reviews.
Okay, good. I'm glad. I appreciate that.
And while we're on the subject of the Highway 24 corridor, KDOT is not going to fund the secondary study for the
Well, they are.
bridge. And Jared's gonna ask instead, since they're not funding that part of it, if they could use that part of the money they were gonna fund, put it back into the corridor study fund and actually make that even smaller for everybody. Cause that was an 80-20 split.
Yeah.
Yeah, so just wanted to throw that in there while we're on the subject.
Anything more with economic development before we move on? Okay. So the health group, they have met a few times and they were able to meet on Tuesday of this week. So they haven't gotten, Debbie's working on, she's my team lead, is working on their, the draft language that they talked about earlier this week that kind of goes along with what they've been talking about. They have a lot of great ideas. There's no existing health-related goals or chapter in Vision 2025. It's a relatively newer concept, if you will, to include health in a comprehensive plan, but it actually makes a lot of sense to include health in a comprehensive plan, because that's another one of those concepts that can apply all over the place. We're talking about physical health, we're even talking about mental health, food accessibility, solid waste, all kinds of different things. And again, they've had a lot of good discussions about those topics. So let's see. So, and emergency services as well. So, we'll probably talk a little bit about equity and accessibility in this chapter. That's an important comprehensive planning concept that we should weave in. We'll have some reference and incorporation of the master food plan, portions of, at least reference to master food plan and solid waste management plan. Pieces of those are appropriate in the health section as well. So the group's really focused on healthy lifestyles in all aspects. Looking at our parks and recreation amenities, what's there, what maybe can be added, how do we get the word out to people that these amenities are available? Because of course, being outside, we know, is invaluable for our physical and mental health. So again, making sure people are aware of those, are using those, they're accessible for everybody. Just encouraging people to get outside. Trails, connectivity, how do they get from their house to, their doctor, or to the park, or to, where they need to get to. Community gardens, that's, a gathering space, a social gathering space, which is good for our health. Encouraging people to get out, and then also really supports food accessibility. Mobile remote health clinics, know, they talked about, obviously, we did the North EMS station or the in Leonardville, and that's made a huge difference for folks. That's something Chris talked a lot about when we talked to him. So it's things like that, you know, we can't necessarily have a permanent station in every single, you know, corner of the county, but we can maybe have, you know, mobile health clinics, or I know they do kind of a mobile vaccine, you know, clinic at times. So that's something they talked a lot about. Again, it's really about accessibility, getting these services to people who need them for their health and well-being. And you've probably heard about the Health in All Policies framework. So they talked about wanting to include some of that in the comprehensive plan and really considering health as a factor when we make land use decisions. And really just, again, education and awareness of, you know, of the amenities that we have in the county and how to get to them and what more that we might need. So they've had a lot of good conversations. I'll get some draft goals from Debbie here shortly. So anything with health? Housing, they met several times early on. They haven't quite been able to schedule another meeting. They're working on it, just to kind of consider updated information and formulate draft goal language. They had a lot of good discussions early on, so it's just a matter of, you know, kind of getting things down, pen on paper with some, you know, draft goals that they want to consider. We have the one here in Vision 2025. They're pretty comfortable with it. It'll need updated language, of course, and it'll need updated objectives and actions, but and there needs to be more goals as well. This is really the only one housing residential related. So we'll have more, of course. They will, of course, also want to be considering the designated growth areas, you know, where those are, if they need to be expanded or changed or added to, you know, different housing types. We do already include or allow for accessory dwelling units and some different types of housing types, which is important. But we'll, you know, look at, are there other ones that we should look at, that we should allow, you know, the more, they're becoming more conventional, but they're still a little bit unconventional, if you will, you know, types of different housing. Land capacity, you know, do we have enough land zoned for residential uses in the right places? And then of course, how housing impacts other comp plan elements, which it does. I mean, we know housing is another one of those that impacts your health, it impacts your, or the infrastructure, the economic development, all of the different things. So, and again, considering where it should go based on adjacent property uses and uses of that existing land, we also want to make sure we're not taking away prime agricultural soil. So just looking at all of that. Let's see. Here, yeah, and of course, affordable housing, workforce housing, all of those different levels of housing. There was talk about, and I hesitate to point it out, but I will talk about exploring building codes, inspections, things like that. I don't think anybody's saying let's do it, because that's a big undertaking, as you folks know, but it did come up, so I just want to make sure you're aware of that. And like most of the groups are talking about, just encouraging those partnerships between the cities and the county. Questions or thoughts on housing?
No.
Okay.
Really, no.
Yeah, we'll just gloss right by that one.
Okay.
Infrastructure. This group has met a couple times over, you know, since we started the process. They are also still working to formulate goals. They've had a lot of good discussion, but haven't quite gotten to the goal, you know, the draft language yet. They're another one we might provide draft goal language to that they can work from. We're of course wanting to make sure that we're covering both urban and rural when we talk about infrastructure. And it's so many different things. It's not just our roads, as you can imagine. This is where, of course, we'll talk about our public facilities. All of our buildings are as in the county's buildings, emergency services, you know, the hospital, the fire districts, all of that sort of stuff. And I do envision even having, you know, the fire departments that are in the cities should be listed in there as well, because again, this is a comprehensive view of what we have. Household hazardous waste, Museum, et cetera, all of that. And this is also where I envision us talking a little bit about our strategic planning process in here, because again, it is facilities. But it also includes water sewer infrastructure, and that's not just the pipes we put in the ground, but also your private, your private wastewater system. I mean, it might just be serving your house, but it still is an infrastructure that we need to consider when we're talking about development. We need to make sure that, your house or your commercial use or whatever has some sort of waste and water service. Multimodal transportation, that's of course our AdaBus, that's our driving, that's our biking, that's our, any kind of way we get around, that's included there. Connectivity, just making sure, how do we get from point A to point B? Are we just having, obviously with our roads and with the ruralness, most of that is going to be in the car. I mean, we're probably not going to put a walking trail along a lot of our roads. It's just not really realistic for rural, but there are still a lot of things that we can look at and we can consider when we do the plan. Also includes utilities, your phone, your electric, all of that, but broadband, which is a huge one, that's emerged over these last several years. That wasn't really talked about or contemplated in the original plan 15 years ago. And then infrastructure is really a regional thing too. I mean, obviously, we have our pieces, but as I think it was, I can't remember if it's Darcy or Chris, obviously county roads are what they need to use to get to the cities, so it really is a regional thing. And of course, the MPO has their plans and some of the things they're looking at. AdaBus has their plans. It's even the airport. I mean, that is considered, infrastructure, DOT, all of that. There's some references we can make to the solid waste management plan here, because again, we talk about, transfer station, HHW, all those sorts of things. So there really is a lot of things that go into infrastructure. That's not just the roadways. And they've talked a lot about those different things. But again, we're just wanting to make sure they expand their thinking to include all aspects and all the counties. So, again, a lot of it is, a lot of it actually is similar to the EcoDevo group, the economic development group, looking for those partnerships between the cities and the county, supporting the plans. They talk a lot about, of course, supporting Manhattan's comprehensive plan, which of course, our plan will reference all kinds of long range plans, including Manhattan's. We need to make sure that our comprehensive plans are consistent. We don't want to be in conflict with each other, which is not a concern that we will be, since we have reps from both entities, but we will have, of course, references to their plan, and we will actually adopt their plan as we already have. So anything with infrastructure, I'm running out of time, so I'm going to go a little bit faster. Actually, we're at our last group. So Parks and Recreation, they have drafted goals, which I've included here. Parks and Rec is another one of those topics that we don't have in our current plan. So it'll be a new chapter, and again, a very valuable chapter. I put one goal here in Vision 2025 that could slightly relate, has to do with environmental natural resources. I will say that we're going to have a separate chapter for environmental natural resources and cultural resources. We just don't have a subgroup that focus on that. That's a little bit more straightforward. That's, that's all our environmental things, our critical areas, our floodplains, our rivers, our wildlife, stormwater, and noise zones, historical resources, all of that. So really, it's a lot more kind of technical fact-based stuff, if you will. So we didn't have a separate subcommittee that did that. I just wanted to note that. So the group, and I won't read all of these to you, but they've come up with these goals, objectives, and actions, through their work. Some of it they'll need to be, finagled with a little bit, because some of the goals might be more of an objective or, vice versa sort of thing. Sometimes it's a little bit hard to craft the right goal that then, can be met with, the objectives and actions, but this is the, good summary of what they've talked about and what they feel is important for, the Parks and Recreation. So, again, I won't read all of it to you. If you have questions, let me know. They do, or we, obviously we can talk about it right now. They have discussed having separate goals for Seco Park, since that's a little bit of a different situation there, with the multi-owners and different amenities and location. And of course, that would include fairgrounds and water So we talked a little bit about that at our last meeting, and so they're gonna mull some of that over and probably add some of that in. So yeah, that's what they've been working on. And again, like with a lot of the other groups, it's partnerships, it's education, it's support. You know, kind of creating maybe some specific long-range plans for the parks, you know, and that kind of stuff. This is where we did mention Riverfront MHK. That's been talked a lot about that we can put in here. So any questions or comments on this one? That's summary of all the groups of kind of what they've been up to. Again, they'll have their work done next month. And again, that's not a stretch for any of the groups. They'll be able to get that taken care of. And then all of it will be released publicly. You folks will review, planning board will review. And again, it will literally be out there for the public to review, to make comment on, to, you know, give us their thoughts and input, and, you know, and then all of that will be collected and we'll modify and then kind of come up with some, I don't want to say final, but it's, you know, another draft, if you will. You know, that will keep running through the process. And then once we're comfortable with it, that'll kind of finalize as part of the final plan. So any questions or anything else you wanted to know? And if there's, and again, I have my regular update with you folks on the 28th. We'll talk a little bit more about what some of the stakeholders are telling us and then some of the other little pieces. But if there's ever anything more in-depth little pieces you want to hear, like we just did our subcommittee discussion this morning, if there's anything you folks want to hear more in depth, please let me know and I can do a special separate, you know, discussion with you folks about that. If you want to see any of the notes we've collected, any more in-depth, you know, scribbles that we have, all of that's available. Really, all of that stuff will be available to the public as well. We just need to get it up on the website. Honestly, this is a transparent process. There's nothing we're hiding. This is all, again, available for people and for them to take a look at. So thank you very much.
You.
And I got through without too much issue.
All righty, commissioners, this is Jacob Hansen, Deputy County Counselor. Before you today is and before we get, of course, public comment, some preliminary matters on what we kind of expect during this hearing, which is, of course, to find specific findings of fact as to whether this annexation request would hinder or prevent the proper growth and development of the area or that of any other incorporated city located within the county. In the car, I kind of highlighted for you guys a couple things that Kansas case law says or would be good to consider. And then, of course, this packet also includes staff recommendation and the application in its entirety as well. So all of that is there for you guys to discuss. Any preliminary questions? And I believe I did contact the specific landowner that requested this annexation. So, and he is here today. So with that, I guess I'll leave it to you to open up for public comment.
Well, so we'll open up the meeting on 5111 Murray Road, open public comment. Ready? Close public, none said to close public comment.
Sure.
Okay. So what do we now?
So commissioners, at this time, if you guys have any questions or concerns regarding, you know, of course, the annexation, feel free to deliberate amongst yourselves. If you don't, you can easily just make a motion that I have listed here and you can make your findings of fact based on the recommendation and everything within the record that we have before you today. And then if you guys have consensus on that, then you can direct our office to create a resolution that'd be consistent with that.
I don't see any problem. I mean, it's obviously that's a part of Manhattan. It's becoming part of Manhattan. And
Certainly.
I'm sure that whole area will eventually.
Yeah, and from my understanding, at least reading our recommendation from Amanda and her team, as well as Joe, is this is consistent, of course, with
The area used, yeah.
Yep, exactly, with the plan. And that's certainly why they recommend, or a portion of why they recommend that here for the annexation.
Any thoughts? To me,
I'd make
it seems a logical move. Like saying, is what is supposed to show whether it harms the county in any way. And
Yeah.
I don't see
ability
any
to
problems there.
develop something and do something on it actually
Yeah.
benefits the county, so.
Yeah.
Go opposites. Okay, so guess I will make a motion to direct the county counselor's office to draft a resolution consistent with the findings of the facts made by this board during this meeting.
I would second that.
Been moved and seconded, the board to authorize county councilor's office to draft a resolution consistent with the factual findings during this meeting. In favor?
Aye.
Very good. And I'll have that resolution to you guys on Monday, so that way we're within our deadline.
Okay, good.
Thank you.
The little guy wanted to testify. Sure, you can tell us some interesting things. Yeah. Having little kids here, it's kind of fun.
What?
Yeah. Well, mine wouldn't have been.
Not a huge thing.
It could go south in a hurry.
Yeah.
They can have opinions.
Yes, they can. Yes, they can. All right, well. I don't have anything.
I don't have anything.
Adjourn after the.
Yeah.
city county meeting.
I'll make a motion that we adjourn the April 17th, 2025 meeting of the Riley County Commission after this afternoon's city county meeting.
I would second that.
Been moved and seconded to adjourn April 17th meeting after the joint city county meeting this afternoon. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Oh, sit over here by you. All right. Senior center.
Hey, I'll go ahead and get started. I don't want to take up too much of your time. My name is Danny, and I have the privilege of working with our team at Columbia Prairie Community Health Center. I try to make it out to you all a couple times a year just to give you an update on what health center activities are happening in the communities that you serve. And this is one of those times. So thank you for having me. I know that you're really busy. Today, I will provide an update on patient and service trends, as well as our expanded Manhattan clinic location and some new additional services. A little bit of a background. I think most of you have heard this, so I won't talk too long, but we first opened our doors in 1995 in Junction City, 2 employees at the health department, providing medical services only. We expanded to our current location in Junction City off of Grant Avenue in 2000, and we added a dental clinic in 2007. In 2009, we first came to the Manhattan community with a dental only clinic and added medical services in 2014. We renovated our Junction City footprint that is about 35,000 square feet in 2015, adding a moderately complex laboratory and pharmacy. We brought a Chapman Medical Clinic in scope in 2023 with Dr. Freeze, who joined us on staff, and we moved locations and expanded our footprint here in Manhattan in 2024, September of 2024. Just down the street, we were able to park in our clinic parking lot and walk down here, and we're really excited about that. I'll talk more in a later slide. So this is a snapshot, and I'm going to go ahead and pass these out while we're talking, of our patient income and trends. As a federally qualified health center, we're required to report performance data to our governing entity. And part of that is unduplicated patients, services, and this is Shannon Rozier, our communications and marketing coordinator that is with me today. So the patient and service information, we're still rebounding in terms of patient numbers from COVID-19, but we've increased in patients slightly in the last 3 years, increasing significantly in patient visits. So the patients that we're seeing are being seen more frequently throughout the year. We also serve over 400 veterans at our 3 locations, and nearly 20% of our patient population is best served in a language other than English. 1 in 11 Americans and 1 in 9 Kansans access care at a community health center. This is a breakdown of where our patients are seen and where the visits are taking place. So you can see the vast majority is Junction City. We expect that will change with the new footprint in Manhattan. Our patients travel from over 40 zip codes and have 5 main counties, give or take, that we report on our performance measure data. This is a snapshot of our payer mix. We accept most insurances and provide an affordable access point for patients who are uninsured or underinsured. Our private insurance rate increased this last year. Since 2022, nearly 19%. And our Medicaid rate has decreased with Medicaid unwinding in 2022. And we see about 20% uninsured. That's pretty consistent year over year. Our Medicare population has increased slightly as well with Dr. Freeze coming on board. So it really is balancing margin and mission. We need patients with that are fully insured to access services, high quality services at our facilities so that we can offset the cost of providing care for the underinsured.
Have you seen an increase in uninsured patients?
It's been about 20%. Yeah, it's stayed pretty consistent. We expect that that'll increase. There was a slight intake or increase when Medicaid first started unwinding, and a lot of those patients became ineligible.
Yeah.
But we stay around 20%. So if you see one health center, you see one health center. Konza looks different than our peers across the state. We have a very large dental practice. This is a snapshot of our volume by department. 68% of patients accessing services at Konza, receive dental services. That's unusual. That's not like anywhere else in the state of Kansas. We have a very robust dental department with a lot of really great providers that have expanded services, and we'll talk about that in a little bit, but it's just something that's a little bit different. It's also indicative of the community health needs. We know dental
is a big need. I know Shannon hears it when she's out in the community. We started in this community as a dental only clinic for a reason. Having somewhere to go when you're uninsured or underinsured is a challenge. And we see that in our volume numbers as well. This is a slide that reviews our medical services in 2024. We have had a 21% increase in visits since 2023. So significant growth in the number of times that we're able to get patients in and get them seen. We've also invested by adding 2 full-time employees, full-time providers. Part of that was the Manhattan expansion. When we opened in September, we were fortunate to have on board a dentist as well as a medical provider to join our team for that location. A lot of our medical efforts are around behavioral health as well. We had 1,599 integrated behavioral health patients. So those are patients that have a diagnosis, anxiety, depression, and they're managing that condition with their medical provider. Our medical providers provided over 3,000 visits that were targeting behavioral health conditions. So it shows the need in the community. And part of what we try to do is leverage our behavioral health department and resources to impact those who need it the most, triage, and get those who need the higher level of services to them, and then maximize what our medical department can do so that they can manage some of those conditions at the time of the medical visit. It also promotes whole person care, which is important. And part of the reason why I put the integrated substance use disorder number up there, we know addiction is a disease, and treating addiction as a part of primary care is a big part of what we do at Kansa. It's a part of our recruitment process. It's a part of how we talk to providers about coming to work at Kansa. And we want we want to reduce silos and reduce stigma and allow them to access the treatment they need. We're not a methadone clinic. We prescribe epinephrine and Vivitrol for opioid use disorder and alcohol use disorder, but we can do that right at the point of care for medical, right where they get their strep throat test or their annual physical. And it really improves patient access. As a health center, we are held to a standard not only for visits and patients, which our governing entity surely cares about, but also quality measures. This is a laundry list of the measures, a portion of the measures that we report on for medical, and we're held accountable to. So breast cancer screening, colorectal cancer screening, tobacco cessation rates. I put some of our highlights from 2024 on the slide. We had 78% statin therapy use for patients with an applicable diagnosis. We had 56% child weight assessment and counseling. So it's not just kiddos that are going in and getting their height and weight, but they're talking to a dietitian or having follow-up education with a provider as a result of that visit. And we also leverage a mobile mammo unit to improve our breast cancer screening rates, and then make referrals, of course, to our local hospitals to provide those services as well. Overall, 53% improvement in our clinical quality measures on the medical side in 2024.
And you get to count all insurances, all or non-insurance. Okay.
Yep. The denominator on that is patients that have had a visit with a provider. And there's a detailed list of who counts as a provider. You don't get to count nursing visits, support staff visits. But as soon as they see a provider, a dentist, a therapist, a hygienist, an appropriate provider, then we can count those visits. And we are accountable for their quality measures. Dental, you can see that we had a very efficient year in 2022, but it's remained pretty consistent. And I will tell you, we have a wait list longer than what we would like. I made a note. We added a part-time dental provider in September. Dr. Lynn came on board back to Kansa when we opened our new location, and then he came on board full-time in January. In Junction City, we have 3 dentists. In Manhattan, we have 2. We have another dentist starting in July. He's a new grad out of UMKC. We're excited to have him, and he'll be able to benefit from National Health Service Corps student loan repayment, which is part of our recruiting tool and bringing young professionals into the communities and getting them to stay here. But they stay incredibly busy. There's just an overwhelming need for dental services in our community. 1,600 plus same-day emergency visits that could have ended up in the emergency room had they not been seen at Kansa. I'll tell you that our providers don't block their schedules for that. They see who they can. It's first come, first serve. They can't see everybody, but from 8 o'clock in the morning until typically they have so many slots in the morning and in the afternoon. But we do what we can to take care of those in need, especially kiddos, elderly people that are in pain, and work them in wherever we can. Dental quality measures are a little less robust. HRSA really started the health center program thinking that it would be medical only, and then found out that we're whole people with teeth and behavioral health and all the things that go along with it. So they are building these dental quality measures as we go. We had a 33% improvement rate on our quality measures for dental. They track sealants as well as rehabilitative services and fluoride treatments. Speaking of fluoride treatments, we are in 80 schools throughout the region, 19 school districts. That includes USD 378 and 383. We did over 12,000 screenings. That's Karen Cisco right there. She is our hygienist that's over the program. She and one other staff member makes that happen throughout the year. We have a vehicle in Junction City, and we were fortunate enough to be granted funding from the Deal Community Foundation for a vehicle here in Manhattan. So she doesn't have to drive from Wamego to Junction to go back to Riley or Wamego or wherever she's heading to. And they're just gone the whole school year, out connecting kiddos with screenings, doing fluoride treatments and limited services. They also fast track kiddos that have a decay rate with pain into our health center so that they can get treated. And sometimes for kids, this is their first or only contact with the dental professional, and sometimes it's not, but it does serve a big need in the community. It also helps us build relationships with nursing and school staff that have kiddos that present to them and they don't know where to send them for other services as well. Behavioral health, we had a decrease in full-time employees in 2024. We have since recruited. 54% of our behavioral health visits in 2024 were telehealth or remote, which is important to note. That was something that really picked up during COVID, and we continue to leverage that tool. There's been talk of whether that will continue to be something that is reimbursable or countable. We certainly find it beneficial for our patients. We have kiosks in both of our facilities for patients that don't have access to broadband internet or a smart device or a private place to take their appointment. They can still come in, they can get their vitals taken and be in a private room with a kiosk to access their provider by iPad. But it has dramatically improved our ability to withstand staffing transitions. That's the biggest thing. So when we have people that move out of our community, whether it's due to the military or the college or whatever the case is, we know we have transient populations in our community. Because we leverage outside providers that are not here to provide those telehealth services, we can maintain our patient base and patient care.
And the decline in number of visits in 2024, is that because telehealth is compensating for that? So do the 3,380 visits represent on-site care?
No, it is inclusive of all of the services. So 54% of those 3,388 visits were telehealth. That's really due to, in the providers, that doesn't count support staff transition. We had a bit of a rebuild in our behavioral health department in 2024, and that's what is seen in these numbers. Does that answer your question, Susan? Okay. Behavioral health quality measures, depression remission rates improved in 2024, as did an increase in integrated behavioral health and substance use disorder patients. So 1,900 patients are getting their addiction treatment and behavioral health treatment on our medical side. We had 9,000 visits with an anxiety or depression diagnosis. I know sometimes that comes up. How often do you see it? How prevalent is it in our community? For reference, we had 41,000 visits last year. You'll see that on the sheet that I passed around. And then 52% of medical behavioral health staff providers provide substance use disorder treatment. So it used to be a data waiver. Now it's a training, but they're able to prescribe medication to treat addiction. At Kansa, we don't only provide medical, dental, behavioral health care. We have pharmacies as well, expanded laboratory services, but we also have a host of enabling services, much of which Shanna is a big part of. We provided care enabling services, transportation assistance, application assistance, anything outside of the exam room or operatory that you would need to get and stay healthy. Sometimes it's applying for housing. Sometimes it's a bit like case management. To 638 patients. And we had more than seven staff dedicated to that in 2024. A lot of that was due to grant funding. So we were able to leverage some COVID dollars to place community health workers in both Junction City and Manhattan. But we are working on plans to bring those folks on board full time. We know it's a big part of what we do, and it's needed in the communities that we serve. Kansa Cares is an in-house program that we use to offset the cost of food, transportation, medication, Any financial assistance that patients may need. 13,000 pounds of food donated in 2024. A portion of that did go to the Manhattan community as well. And 11,000 pounds of that was fresh fruits and vegetables. Any questions on this slide?
Danny, where is the fresh food coming from?
We are a food bank location in Junction City, and we also we bring those resources in Manhattan as well.
But is it harvesters or who is your supplier?
That's a great question. I don't know that off the top of my head, but I can get it back to you.
I'm just wondering.
That's where Harvesters goes west to Riley County. And then in Erie County, where Kansas purchase out of the Junction City Clinic. Each month we purchase from Kansas Food Bank, but then we share those
Resources.
that we purchase.
Thank you, Shannon. I brought back up. Outreach, it takes the village there. Shannon and Tonette, our patient resource coordinator. So outreach can be anything from service promotion to health education, patient enrollment, resource distribution. We had 26 staff and volunteers participate in our outreach, did over 200 events, and distributed 2,800 plus smile kits from Delta Dental. Right. Some photos of our outreach. That's Dr. Pratt, our dental director, participating in KSU Physician Assistant Program education. And that's Sarah Becker-White at the Manhattan Emergency Shelter, distributing resources. And there's Shannon again. She's at she was at all 212 events. And then this is our new expanded Manhattan location. We're so grateful. We are subleasing a portion of this space from Ascension, and it was turnkey ready to go on the medical side. On dental, we had to do extensive renovations, including trenching concrete to install dental equipment. This was an investment from our organization into the Manhattan community. It was not entirely grant funded. We only had a small grant to renovate the pharmacy space, which is in this area of the building. If you want to come visit, I'd be happy to give you a tour. And the rest of it was an investment from our board of directors, who are patients of of the services that we provide. 51% of our board has to be patients based on our governing entities guidelines. And they know the need in our community, and that we were at capacity in the health department, unable to accept new patients, couldn't serve anybody else, and needed to move. And this opportunity came available. So we're really excited. Like I mentioned, we added another dentist. We have 2 full-time dentists now in this location, as well as 2.5 providers. Dr. Samuels, our medical director, is over here half of her week, and we have Shandar Lamb, a PA, and Jen Ebert has been with us for a long time, and she's still in this location. We added a pharmacy. We have a full-time pharmacist that also works with Dispensary of Hope and Ascension's program there. So they work together. They're not competing, but they work together. We added 2 full-time therapists, and we have a behavioral health director who's over here half of her week as well. And we did not have a behavioral health presence at all previously. I'm still recruiting a psychiatric nurse practitioner for this facility so we can do medication management. Until then, it's going to be telehealth. But if you know anybody, send them my way. And this is something that Shannon had in her slides that I borrowed from the communications deck. The Manhattan Clinic has had 24 new Google reviews since we moved, all 5 stars, and we've increased our rating to 3.5 stars. We're really excited about that. But what patients say about us matters. We survey our patients. We have post-survey visits. We do annual surveys as well that are a little bit more extensive, but we know this is where everyone looks for their information. And we're so grateful for the patients that do have a good experience and let us know about it. And even grateful for the patients that don't and let us know about it so we can get better. We take it all in stride and try to improve our system. Sometimes we have very well-intentioned paperwork and processes, and it doesn't always meet people's needs. So we're still growing and getting better as we go. Excited to announce that with the addition of Dr. Dan Winter to our team last summer, we have been able to add same-day crowns, implant placement, and sleep dentistry to our list of dental services. This really is a matter of right people, right time, right place. So having a provider who has the clinical skill set to do this is huge, and wants to give back and wants to help train the next generation of dentists to practice in a place with some altruistic values. And what we believe is that while not every patient will be able to have these services, we want to make them available. All of these services are on the slide, which in health center world is a little bit crazy. There's still, some of them are still expensive, but we're doing it in a way that's sustainable, and we're filling a gap in our communities so that people in Junction City that were able to have an implant placed in Junction City can now do so. And we can also refer patients from the Manhattan Clinic to do so as well. So really excited about this. It's really brought a new perspective to our dental team. They're excited, support staff is excited to get trained and have more tools in their toolbox to help patients that need it the most. The thing that's not up here is that we are also doing dentistry in the hospital as well. We had our first 2 OR cases about 3 weeks ago. So patients that need sedation and to be seen in the hospital setting. Previously, we had to refer them to Topeka. Now we can do that right here in Manhattan at your hospital. So really excited about that. It matters to patients that they can stay with one provider and that we're not siloing services so that they only have access to some care, because we want to be the provider of choice for everybody and anybody. Is there any questions? I can't wait to come back next year and show you numbers with that Manhattan Junction City kind of chart and see where we're at. I'm excited. The team was so grateful, and we've had a lot of great patient feedback as well. Really commend our board for taking that step, because it was typically in our organization, you have the grant funding, you bring the grant funding to the board and you say, we can do this now. This was a different decision, and they had to have some faith in our business model and our plan and what that would look like long term. And I'm just really grateful. So
what's on the horizon as far as Mr. Trump's cut?
that's a good question. I don't know to be certain. We are about 20% grant funded in total. So we're not entirely dependent on grant funding. It is a big part of what we do and how we're able to reduce the cost of those services for patients who are uninsured and underinsured. We kind of keep our ear to the ground and modify things when we need to. But community health centers are typically a very widely accepted bipartisan approach to healthcare, because we keep patients out of the emergency room and keep the emergency rooms free for emergencies. Everyone can agree that when people are healthier, they need less resources. They stay at work more. And so typically we've had a lot of support, and I've seen that same support even since, at least with our lawmakers, since the change in administration, and have been to DC a couple times to visit with them. So I do think we could be in a lot worse position.
And are you on the green list?
I am. Yes.
Hansa,
Yes. Yeah.
the next Tuesday.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, my wife gave you guys high marks. She's a teacher in Riley County, your dental.
Oh, good.
And she said, because there were some kids that really needed some help and you helped them.
Good. I'll let Karen know that.
But she said she wasn't sure who did it.
Yeah.
But somebody comes up there and really does a good job.
Believe it or not, it's kind of a one-man band. I mean, Karen does have a couple, she has one dedicated support staff and will bring a second team, but she's a go-getter. That white van is just a blur in the school year. Trying to make sure she gets everywhere and loves the work. That's the other thing. One of the things this year we want to do is offer that same service to kiddos that are in our clinic that maybe they haven't had a dental visit. They're here for an acute visit or a well child visit. Offer them also a fluoride treatment. And sometimes they just parents need that extra level of support to ask questions and to understand what's covered. Insurance is challenging, and when you don't have any resources and you're not sure if you can even go, there's a delay in access to care, and then that's when we have problems on dental, and that's why we have a high dentistry wait list.
How do I guess just the counties in your region or how do they compare with other counties across the state or with each other in terms of like uninsured and folks on Medicaid and stuff like that?
It's a great question. I don't have the numbers off the top of my head, but typically our region has a higher healthcare provider shortage rate and higher rates of Medicaid and uninsured than other communities. We're just down in Pittsburgh, Kansas. They are kind of the I don't know, it's like apples and oranges. They serve 85,000 patients. It's huge. And they're in a very rural region, very impoverished region of the state. And And so when you look on a map of where those health outcomes and insurance status and poverty levels are, typically you see us as a little bit darker between Riley and Gary County and Pittsburgh area, as well as the Wyandotte community.
Are most of the people you see routine or long-term clients?
So it depends on what service line. Medical, I feel like we have a lot of established patients. Shandar is taking same day acute new patient walk-ins. She's building her panel still. And so that's part of her, the way she's doing that. But typically when we fill up a medical provider, we can't really do that anymore. Dental, we see a lot more acute needs and not as much follow-up. We have patients that do come in for their recall, they're in for their 6-month cleanings and they don't need a lot of dentistry. And then we have patients that are only going to come in when there's a problem. And that's okay, but figuring out how to staff that can be tricky, and having the operational capacity to address it when it happens, because they don't, as you can imagine, space out their emergencies. So it varies. And I think that goes back to insurance. A lot of people don't have dental coverage, so it has to be a problem before they're going to come in because their cleanings aren't covered. And that it's just a challenge. Yeah. Our providers are so excited about these new services because they talk about the number of teeth that they pull as being a lot more than what they're used to, or some of these could be saved. And part of it is getting folks to access care earlier and often. And we have a fantastic group of hygienists and support staff in both of our dental locations that I think do a good job of trying to triage where the patient is at in that. Are they going to come back in for this cleaning? What do they need and meet the need? Have different care plans, because dentistry can be expensive. So you need different options. That's for sure.
You still taking patients?
Yes, absolutely.
I'd like to just underscore that Kansa has been a terrific partner to the Manhattan area resettlement team, as we have welcomed refugees from 8 different countries now. Kansa has taken care of a lot of the medical screenings that are required for new arrivals. And I believe is one of our men working with Dr. Lin. So one of our refugees is employed at.
And our interpreter,
Yes.
Matula. Great.
Matula's everywhere.
There's an awful lot of need.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I interviewed Matula for that interpreter position. I had no idea if he spoke Pashto or Dari when I was done, but he was a great guy. Yeah, and it's just an example. I mean, we can use a language line for that, but having in clinic presence, it helps speed up the process. It's better for patients. It's better quality care. It keeps somebody employed. You see on our fact sheet, most of our budget's going right back into the community, into salaries and benefits for people who pay taxes, buy groceries, and contribute to the economic kind of generation of the region.
Are you hooked into the state health organizations for things like the measles that are happening in the?
Yes, ma'am.
You're tracking those things.
Absolutely. And we have, we're a Vaccines for Children site. We added that to this location when we moved out of the health department. The health department provided vaccines here before, so we really didn't need to. So we added that when we moved away, so our patients wouldn't miss out on that or have to travel to 2 locations. And we also do vaccines for adults and have all lifespan vaccines. Yeah. And HRSA guidelines traditionally have been around 2-year-old vaccine compliance. What we've found is that flu vaccine, declination of flu vaccine is what makes them uncompliant more than often. It's not necessarily other lifespan vaccines, but declining flu since COVID has been kind of what we've noticed. Shannon works on flu campaigns, and we try to inform patients of vaccine safety and make sure it's available, make sure it's affordable, and let them make the decision. Yeah.
I think the COVID is confusing because, we keep having these boosters and you're never quite sure when you should do the next one,
Yeah, agreed. I agree.
We're gonna have a flu vaccine this year?
Haven't heard there won't be.
I guess that one of the meetings to determine what strain they were gonna use was postponed or something like that. So
Because it changes every year.
yeah.
Well, more than every year, actually. It's just an ongoing process. But. All right. Well, thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Love food. Oh. If you want, I mean, you know, if you're not.
That'd be a dead horse.
No, no, I know you'd been bringing it up, so I didn't know if you wanted to bring, this would be a good place to bring it up. Yeah.
I'm allowed to, I will.
Yeah. I'm running the meeting. So if you challenge me, you can do it. He's king. King for the day.
Feel free to cut me off.
Okay.
So as you know, I've spoken to both of you all as bodies about RCPD and funding, how it works, you know. I'll say some things that you know, but bear with me. You know, I think it would be, if possible, continue to try to be transparent to the public on the city side and the county side with regards to how much of their property tax dollars are actually going to law enforcement, RCPD specifically, that is. Because it's very confusing. You get your tax bill, and I think I've talked to Rich about this, asking if he could take it up the food chain to somehow or other on the tax statement, get a separation of under city and other under county of which, or the mill levy or dollar amount, I guess it would be, gets funded. So people understand that when they see a $38 million, whatever years, I don't remember, in tax collections that you agree to, your hands are tied. You don't have a choice, you know, and it's, as I've contended, it's taxation without representation, which is fundamentally wrong in our country. That's a long ship to steer in a different direction. But I think it's important to educate the public as much as possible continually to let them know that, hey, you know, yeah, taxes are taxes, but this X amount, it's kind of like what you do for the library, as I understand it. It's pretty clear on the library. I assume it is for most people. It could probably be better, but I just think that being able to communicate that in a transparent way on the websites that you all have and support in an easily visible, easily get to way that people understand that. With regard to the law board, you know, I think that, you know, I like the way it was a long time ago, and that changed in early 2000 or something like that, due to efforts of others that thought it was fair to do it the other way. But in the reality is that, you know, you could have 3 non-elected people and 1 elected person, which would probably be the county attorney, who can vote a budget. You know, even if you all as commissioners said, no, we're not voting for this. Citizens are stuck. That's kind of a question to say. So I hope I'm not offending or stepping on toes, and I'm not passionate about this. Otherwise, I'd be doing more than I'm already doing. But I think it's something that we've got to keep in mind for you all as elected officials, to find a way to communicate, and perhaps if you're in agreement to that, and someday get that changed so that we actually have a law board that has the ability to elect as officials, of which some of you may be elected to that board to decide the direction for the funding, I should say, of RCPD. Thank you.
I don't have, because, I mean, I don't know how many people you heard from. You hear from some people saying it should all be appointed, and some other people saying it all should be elected officials. And I know it was all elected officials for quite a while.
It's basically like 2014, 15.
Yeah.
Is when we switched.
Switched.
Because I was just coming on as we started putting more just non-elected officials on.
Right.
I just, this is on another subject. Danielle has been talking to Susan and I and me, and we feel that maybe what would really advance these meetings to be a better exchange of knowledge and that is to have a report from Danielle, much like she comes to you and talks about what's happening at the city. And then you, the chair, or someone else gives the county, because we really don't know what the priorities and what the most, you know, what the really big issues are for you. And obviously this is good information, but this doesn't really change much that we're doing as far as legislative action and that kind of thing. So we'd like to just make it more of a kind of a information type thing. And it's fine if we have people talking on extra subjects, but I think, you know, for you to know what is really important and what are the large pieces of legislation, what are the ordinances we're looking at. You know, we've got this new thing where we can sell fireworks and all year round. So things like that, you know, that really, I'm sure we'll bring out a lot of people who are.
It's a big fundraiser.
It is a huge fundraising day for. Yeah, I think that's a good idea for us to do updates, and I would encourage Pot County to
Yeah.
come to the meetings.
They have
and-
been, you know, the last couple times they've showed up.
Mhm.
No, I agree. Like, I don't know if you read in the paper the other day, but they said that I was opposed to a meeting about RHIDs, which I am not.
Did they say that?
Yes. Yeah, I am not. I think that.
Also said we didn't support the parking and
Yeah. I think we do need to have more robust conversations between our two governing
Yeah.
bodies.
We have had, but that was before you guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, but, you know, to really focus in on what your, you know, what your issues are, what your problems are, how can we cooperate, that kind of thing, I think would be very advantageous. That's all.
You guys are right, these meetings haven't been productive.
Well, yeah.
I've been coming for 4 years, but this is my 5th year. I be able to see the point of them myself.
Well, I do think that we need to collaborate on a lot of issues, and we don't know, you know, we don't know what's important to what kinds of issues you're looking at, what kinds of problems are poking up in the county. And also, you know, there seems to be some building going on near Riley, which would be nice to, you know, we don't want to depend on the hurricane very much.
Well, and I do think there's maybe an assumption that we might know what's on the other group's agenda and different things, so I think it's helpful if Danielle's not here, so we can assign her all the things we want, right? But
She brought it up.
no, she did, but for her to have really bringing the things, so we don't all just sit around and say like, no, we don't have anything, no, we don't have anything, but having it, I don't want to say super formal, but something more formalized and put together of, here are the, maybe some actions or things we've discussed, and here's what we have for the next month that we're thinking about.
Do you think having Danielle as being the moderator of the group?
No, her bringing,
I don't understand what Danielle would do.
You
An
would give a
update.
brief report update, and somebody from the county would give a brief report update, and then if we have other things, or if we want to talk about those things,
Yeah.
or, you know.
Kind of the way she does the city manager's briefing and says, hey, here are some things that we've got on the agenda coming up. Some work session items, just especially so that way, again, you're not reading about stuff that we talk about in the
Yeah.
paper. Yeah, so, so if you have something comes up, you know.
I think part of this is, you know, she is coming to you. Does she come every other month? Or every 2 months? So, but we don't have a reciprocal update from the county.
Yeah.
So that's part of, I think.
so just doing that here.
Yes, so doing it
during this.
in this
setting.
this setting rather than her coming to your commission meetings.
Yeah.
You know, it's just something that we were floating.
And, you know, the library used to be a pretty good source of information on what was going on, but things like, you know, you just had a big fire and there's some issues, I think. This is probably way past, but pet control, I mean, you know, loose dogs. We just need to be there to support, you know, what you're doing then and see if there's ways we can do it together.
You don't think that our responsibility should be front page of the story?
My daughter
There's another one across them.
And you know the full menu of it now too. Because
And the reporter that they have that comes here, she has to leave like at 10:30 or something like that to make the press, and she misses a whole lot of stuff.
Yeah, we've had Brandon's been back on.
Yeah, he hasn't come to ours.
Well, he's on the radio. and
He's
won't
yeah,
occur
he
here.
is, yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
Well,
I'm
yeah,
sure
she
Rand's-
leaves, but 10:30 is when
But-
she gets up on the
Yeah.
reporter.
Yes, 10:30, because that's when they have to have their, because they have to have stuff turned in for tomorrow's paper by a certain.
It's
time.
kind of
Structure your
amazing.
agendas accordingly. Oh.
Well, Murphy's always an extra day behind because they're mailing it, so
Mhm.
they're deadline, so.
It's just, you know, a suggestion that we would like to forward.
We won't believe everything we read about you if you don't believe everything. about
Of course not. Where did they get that from?
Then you call them.
We need that banner by Dylan's to say, this is what Peter. Brown said."
Yeah.
Okay, well, I think that's it.
All right.
Yeah.
You know?
Good.
Right.
Busy.
That is.